Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I have no idea what time of day it is. Last night has completely thrown me. I must be on to my third cup of tea by now. And as soon as we hit the cruise altitude, I will be off to get another one. Oh, I'm a bit tired today. Finally got to bed. I think it was about 2:45 this morning after the long stream last night, checking out the new UK update. And we've had some issues this morning, haven't we? So Microsoft servers are currently down. They are experiencing problems. Although, whilst we were just waiting for the stream to begin, I did see the little thing flip up saying that the sim was now connected. So, I don't know, maybe. Let's get in and have a quick look, shall we? One of the things that you can obviously tell is if your photographic scenery, I can't pronounce that word, scenery is not working, then the ground textures and everything will look rather rubbish. So, let's just go ready to fly. Let me just quickly get the drone camera out. Let's see, shall we? So, I can see there we're getting bits of grass, aren't we, populating in. I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you see all that loading in? So this presumably is because as the simulator was started, the scenery wasn't working correctly, so we're not on photographic scenery. However, I think now you can see that as I move the drone camera over, it is slowly loading in and populating in, isn't it? See all that populating? So it looks like we are connected and things are slowly populating in as we move to it. It's obviously going to update as the aircraft moves, so that's good. We also means we should have live weather again, because as we set off, it was as I first launched this, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Ooh, nice looking moon though. So fingers crossed, we're now back on the Microsoft servers, downloading data as we're pulling in. Okay, so there's a few of us down here at Palermo this morning. Brisbane 2000, how do you install VATSIM? Okay, I have a video on that. Please go and check that out. Your first time using VATSIM in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Well worth checking out, and it'll talk you all the way through. World Update 3 is out. It came out yesterday, probably about 20 hours ago. It'll take you ages to download. Oh, someone's sliding over there. That's an interesting slow movement. Digital Flight Deck, where are you, my friend? Because I'm hoping I've got your right livery in, the model matching. I'm not sure that's worked. So we've got British Airways and the Neo. So digital, if that is you, then I'm not sure what's happening there, unless today you're in an Easyjet. I can see a couple of Easijets there as well. Jaguar, your service crashed as you were updating. I bet that has trashed the game. That sounds like an absolute nightmare. Good, we've got static in the cable. Let's have a look. See what's happening there. Just check that. Static on the mic. Don't know if that's any better. Let me just see how that's working. Okay, let me just double check this for you. Okay, is that any better? Hopefully we've just pushed a wire further in. I must have caught it. Hopefully that's now working better for you. Woohoo! Alright, let's start getting set up then. So, we need to grab some ATIS. Well, we don't have ATIS online because there is no air traffic control here this morning. So here, however, is the current METAR. Now, we're presuming that that is the current weather here in Flight Sim. We may need to check that, because as the servers are down, then the METAR may not be accurate. That METAR is real world, of course. So that is that, and let me grab you this morning's operational flight plan for your viewing. There it is. Okay, let's start getting set up. Now, one of the things I also want to mention is this aircraft that I'm flying today is the new test version from FlyByWire, and hopefully is going to eradicate those issues we saw last night in the stream, whereby flaps 1 creates a huge blooming effect. So we'll have a look at that when we get to Tenerife a little bit later on. So do we have a ground power unit? We do. Let's call that ground power unit over here. Joshua from NH Gaming, I think it was 1033 when we came yesterday when we landed. Let's get that power supply up.
Razy Ground Airbus Golf, Echo Zulu Golf Sierra, could you please send a ground power unit?
Airbus Golf, Echo Zulu Golf Sierra's ground power unit is on the road.
Is the photogrammetry not working? The servers are down a little bit at the moment. They're having some issues, so it keeps popping in and out a little bit. That's the problems that we're all getting. So there's a ground power unit. Let's get that connected. And we've got a jetway. Let's get this jetway connected as well. Thank you. Over it comes. Then we'll start getting our passengers boarded as well. So let's start these flows. Let's get those ideas aligned. Nav lights on, seatbelt signs, no portable devices, and our emergency exit signs. We can also do the fire test and get the APU started. No restrictions here in starting the APU, so we can crack on with that. That's engine 1, engine 2, and engine 3. Engine 3, APU. Well, technically it is an engine. Okay, so let's start that APU. 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and APU is now started. Okay, let's turn up the brightness and go for the center instrument panel. Clock is good and correct. Let's set the pressure 1025. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat here just for a minute. Let's see what the weather is actually in the flight simulator. So if I press B on the keyboard, oh, look at that. We've got live weather, and it is currently working, as it's just set the QNH up here on the glare shield as well. Excellent. Nick, Yannick, yeah, I had a very, very late night last night. If you were here, you will know. So yeah, engine 3. Engine 3. As I say, it is technically an engine, just not the normal kind of engine you would associate. So pedestal is all looking good, everything's idle, everything's up where it should be. Let's go over to the glare shield then. So barrel reference is already set, checked. Let's get those flight directors turned on, and our initial climb altitude today 5,000 feet. Let's come down here to the instrument panel and get some of the brightness here turned up. Still got these lovely glass reflections in the cockpit. It's nice to see. And let's turn up these ECAMs. APU is available already. That's nice. In fact, that seemed to be rather quick in the way that worked. Don't know if the developers have changed that a little bit. Jacob, you thought I would be sleeping after last night. Unfortunately, you don't get much of that when you've got 4 kids. So, there may be some errors in today's procedures. This is why I need a good PM. Okay, let's come down now. And IRIS is aligned. All is set up and good. Let's come over then to the McDo. Before we do that, let's start boarding. So, our main door is, in fact, you know what, I'm just going to use the pushback helper to close that main door. I'm then going to reopen that main door before I let the self-loading cargo staff loose on that. So that's the main door open. We'll also get the cargo door open, ready for those cargo to start being pulled in. Is it only 11 degrees? I thought it would be warmer than that. It's nearly 11 degrees here, isn't it, in the UK? Alright, self-loading cargo, time to do your thing. Let's start our Easyjet flight this morning.
Cabin crew, yeah, we've completed the checks, so now you can open the doors and start getting the passengers on board.
Jaden, how does the iOS align so quick? You can actually set that, my friend, in the McDo menu just here. Let me just check. Can you guys see my mouse cursor? I need to sometimes get that turned off. Let me just see if that is showing. Oh, there we go. Now it should be showing. So yeah, if you go to your McDoodle menu, then you select options. You can then go to realism and set your align time. I've got it set to instant. Really, it should be at real. I only set it to instant when I was checking some things the other day, so let's leave that back on real. So from now on, it should align in real time. Alright, so back to the McDoodle menu. Let's start plumbing in the information from SimBrief. So first of all, a data check. Let's check the aircraft status. Oh, we've got the new nav database. There we go, 28th to 24th of Feb. Shame that that's going to be out of date now in about 7 days, isn't it? Never mind. Ah, right. Navisim, you've got DIY to do. Just leave us on in the background. We're going to take you to Gran Canaria, aren't we? So we'll see. Rust, no screaming patches today, we hope. Well, don't know. We've got the new FlyByWire test version. Let's see if we can scare those passengers with this or not. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We did enough scaring of them last night. So, or this morning, depending on how you look at it. AOC menu, init pressed. Let's pull the SimBrief information in. So there we go, from Palermo to Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. 4 hours and 11 minutes. There we go. RD Mans 2, is this a custom fly-by-wire version? No, this will be merged into the dev build once we get a few tests on this. This is a brand new version to be compatible with the new update that came in Flight Simulator yesterday, because there were big problems with the flaps and the ground effect. So we're going to see how that works. Alright, so now let's have a look at our performance, weights and balance. So, block fuel 10504, that matches up. Let's get that loaded in. And our passenger weight today is 18304. 18304, that is all correct. 176 passengers with zero fuel weight of 59.3. That is all correct as well. Okay, and loaded. So our gross weight at the moment is 69.7. Takeoff weight estimated to be 69.6. Wonderful. When will the autopilot update come out to the launcher? Okay, so obviously that is still being tested. There are lots of things still wrong with it. That's probably an unfair exaggeration. There are several things not working yet, which is why it's not yet available. They don't want to release anything until it works 100%. So, James C, can anyone explain the acceleration altitude and engine out altitude? Of course I can. Just wait till we get there. I promise I'll go through it for you. Okay, so that's all our weights loaded. Let's come down then and have a look at the init A page. So let's pull this information in, init request, clear that GPS primary. So information is now populating, or should have been, not in database. Should we try that again? Init request. There we go. Second time's a charm. So our alternate is Golf Charlie Romeo Romeo. That is in. Flight number, we're going to change that to Echo Zulu Yankee 3-4 Alpha Mike. And our cost index is 8. Flight level 360 and minus 51. However, it's minus 60 according to the flight plan. So let's change that. 360 to minus 60. Jaden will go through that as well in a moment. Keep watching, guys. We do everything as realistically as possible in this setup, which is why it takes so long. We don't just jump in and fly. Joshua from NH Gaming, the cost index is on the operational flight plan. Here's a link to the flight plan we are using again today, generated by SimBrief at simbrief.com, and it is a free service. Tropopause is 40224. 40224. There we are. Magic Gnome is only you that struggles to read the screens with the sun shining on them. It's you and real world pilots, my friend. So it's as real as it gets, remember? Okay, so there's our init A page. Let's have a look at the flight plan. Let's see if all this has been pulled in, because we did have issues that SimBrief wasn't getting pulled in. Alpaca 98, good morning. So let me just check this flight plan's looking good. So TRP, SUSIP, then along the airway to Survey, took Roger. All of these is looking very, very good. There's Uniform Golf 850, Uniform Golf 869 is next to Rusick. Wonderful, the entire flight plan is loaded. So let's pop our departures in. So we're departing today from runway 07 and it is the Trip 7 Alpha departure. Tango Romeo Papa 7 Alpha departure, and then our arrival in Las Palmas this afternoon will be runway 03. Well, it says 03 right in the operational flight plan. Ignore that. We're going to be doing 03 left as we've got the ILS. In fact, just looking at these, so we've got the localizers, we've got the VORs, we've got the DMBs. So ILS 03 left Zulu is the one we're after. ILS 03 left Zulu. That is going to be using the Rusick 1 Kilo arrival. Rusick 1 Kilo arrival, and is that via Aneta as it suggests? Let me find out. It is, it'll be via Aneta, so that is correct. Insert. So now let's check the flight plan and we have a look at our distance. Just wait for that to fully calculate itself. Watch that distance. We've currently got 1653 and our operational flight plan says 1663. So there's only 10 miles difference in that, which for the flight sim world is pretty good. Kieran, which version of the FlyByWire do I recommend for a beginner? I would go with the developer version. Definitely the developer version. The stable version I think has had a few extra bugs since other updates have come out, so developer is the way to go. Okay, so there's our flight plan sorted. So over to the RadNav page now. We need to put in which VOR is it for this departure. It's the Papa Romeo Sierra VOR. Papa Romeo Sierra, and let's key that in. We'll need that for our departure. And I'll talk about our departure briefing shortly. So there's the RadNav page sorted. Let's move on to our Init B and the fuel planning page. So the zero fuel weight for today's flight is 59.3, and we'll just pop the standard zero fuel weight center of gravity of 30. Trip wind today, slight headwind of 26 is the trip wind component. Okay, so now let's do the fuel planning. Hit that and let's see what it gives us. It tells us it wants 10.4. We are taking 10.5, I think. But with the APU running, that's going to be bang on, 10.4. Excellent. So we can confirm that block fuel load, which gives us a takeoff weight of 69.6. That is accurate. We'll just wait for these numbers to populate. Magic Norm, the custom fly-by-wire is indeed the best. I agree with you, but at the moment, thanks to the update, it is broken. So, not much you can do about that. This is what we're testing today, guys. We're testing a new version of the fly-by-wire, just to see if they can trim out those ground effects and ballooning from deploying Flaps 1. So that's all populated. Let's just look at the alternate. It is planned actually that's quite accurate, 1053, so about a ton and 29 minutes. So that's accurate as well. Fuel prediction, we should land in Gran Canaria, Las Palmas with 1.8 tons of fuel on board. Brilliant. Any news yet on the iPad and the coffee cup will come in the stable version? Honestly, mate, don't use the stable version because now it's well, it's a bit redundant really. The dev version works perfectly well, and then you can have your coffee and you can have your FlyPad, which I'll turn on in a moment. Okay, let's now come to the takeoff page and performance page. This is where we're going to talk about this thrust reduction and acceleration. So first of all, we're going to use flaps 1 for our departure, and our flex temp has been calculated to 61. I'm just going to check that meta hasn't changed, recalculate this. flex temp is 61, so we can stay with that, no changes there. If anyone wants to know how I do this, by the way, please watch the detailed tutorial series using real world procedures, which is I think we're on part 4 at the minute. More parts on that to come soon, I promise. So flex temp 61, and it'll tell you all about how to calculate flex temp calculations. It explains about the thrust reduction and acceleration. Transition altitude here then is 5,000 feet. So let's get these V speeds. V2 141, rotate 137, and V1 is 136. Jaguar people flying are going crazy over the ground effects. They can barely land because of ballooning. Yeah, well, we saw that last night, didn't we, on the very late stream last night at about 2 AM this morning. Very difficult to control the landings because of the flap effects. So hopefully this aircraft will fix it. This new edition from FlyByWire that I'm testing for you here today will fix it. That is the plan anyway. Okay, so thrust reduction and acceleration. Let me just go over this as quickly and simply as I can. So thrust reduction. You know that when we take off in the A320, the primary flight display up here will start flashing at you and it'll say set climb thrust. Okay, well, when does that happen? That happens at this altitude here, the thrust reduction altitude. The acceleration altitude is then when the aircraft will start to accelerate away, and it'll basically aim for about 215 knots below 10,000 feet. So at the moment this is the wrong way around. I need to look into the settings as to why this is right, but this is wrong. But basically your thrust reduction should most certainly not be above your acceleration. So at the moment you want the acceleration and thrust reduction to match. There's a bit more details to go into that depending on which noise abatement procedure you're following, but for the purposes of today's flight it's just normal noise abatement procedure 2. So that is 1040. Can I just pop one of those in, or do I have to put them both in? Oh, I can. So the thrust reduction and the acceleration altitude is exactly the same. Different airlines have different stops, but Easyjet is 1,000 feet above the airport elevation. That is where the thrust reduction is for a normal noise abatement departure. Some airlines do have 1,500 feet, so obviously that would be 1540. But honestly, there is a more detailed tutorial than that available if you want to go and check that out. So I think all my passengers are now loaded. If I'm using the day by day, you use the electronic flight bag for pushback. No chance, Joshua. I don't want to break anything else. Okay, so that's the take-off performance page all set. And I believe self-loading cargo are telling me all the passengers are now loaded. There they are. Let's get some doors closed then. That's the cargo door closing and our main door is now closing. Let's get rid of the jetway. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay, so our passengers are all boarded.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello from Flight Deck. My name is Gavin and I'm your captain today, and I'd like to welcome you on board this Easyjet A320 aircraft. We're not expecting any delays, we're going to get pushed back pretty soon. The guys on the ground have just popped the last of the luggage away, so if you can assist the cabin crew in getting yourself sat down, seatbelts on, everything's fastened, and giving your full attention throughout the safety briefing, and we'll get going as soon as possible. Once again, thank you for choosing Easyjet, and thank you for choosing the flight today.
Okay, so I'm just having a quick look at how that departure is coded in here, and basically that looks right. It's difficult to see on there, but I'm going to do the departure briefing just now for us. So, first thing, the weather, absolutely beautiful day outside, no issues with the weather whatsoever. Should have a nice scenic departure for you. Nothing wrong with the aircraft, however we do know we are testing the flaps on our approach. We also want to make sure that the aircraft doesn't start to rotate without any input from me on the side stick, something else which has also been brought in by the update yesterday. So hopefully this update to the FlyByWire A320NX will have fixed that. We also want to see what the ground effect is like when we come into land in Tenerife later as well. So threats, we do have terrain to the right of us as we depart, so if we do have any problems following V1 and we have to take off, we want to take off and head out over to the north of the field, which is basically over the Mediterranean. We would then come back and land here, but we'd have to run some checks just because we are overweight for our landing. Our gross weight at the moment is 69.7 tons, which what's the maximum landing weight? Maximum landing weight is 67.4, so we're a couple of tons over. We can do a landing when we're overweight, but we just have to be careful and run a few extra checks. Hopefully nothing like that will happen today though. So with that, let's just talk about the actual departure. So following our departure, we want to be 4.0, so 4 miles exactly away from the Papa Romeo Sierra VOR down here, at which point we then make our left turn in accordance with the standard instrument departure. That left turn is to a heading of 228 degrees, which is basically all coded in just here, as you can see. We can, however, if we wish, if we're not happy with the way that coding looks, we can actually set 228 degrees on the autopilot flight control unit. Do you know what? In fact, actually, I am going to do that. So we're going to already have that set, that left turn to 228. So we're ready to do that once we get 4 miles away from the VOR. 228. There we go. Initial stop climb altitude is 5,000 feet. The transition altitude is also 5,000 feet. So if we're happy with the departure, we can actually carry on our climb above that to a flight level. Alright, so pushback clearance. Let's switch over to Unicom now, 122.8. Check VPilot, and yeah, so just checking that we haven't actually got any air traffic control online. We do not, so that is fine. And we're going to be pushing back facing west for a taxi to runway 7. So let's just make that quick call on Unicom then. Palermo traffic easy 34 Alpha Mike, stand 211, pushing back onto Romeo facing west for taxi out to runway 07. Okay, so there's our call onto Unicom. There's our pushback clearance. Let's make sure those doors are all armed. Before start checklist. Cockpit preparation is complete. Signs are on and auto. Ideas are aligned, and we've set not to nav mode. We're actually in heading mode for our actual departure. Fuel quantity is loaded, set and balanced. Check that's balanced. Yes, it is. A little bit of fuel obviously being burnt by the APU, but not enough to worry about. Flight management guidance computer is all set, and altimeter set 1025, set and cross-checked. Okay, let's call our tug. Here comes the tug. There we go. So check the nose wheel steering has been disconnected, which it has. Acubrake pressures looking good. Transponder set to auto. We don't have a squawk code. There's no air traffic controls online. Thrust levers are at idle. Let's run the before start checklist below the line. So rotating beacon coming on. Mobile phone off. Windows and doors checked. Parking brake is still on. Alright, so with that, we're about ready to start our pushback. So releasing the parking brakes, lock the cockpit door. APU bleed is now on. Passengers weren't overheating, it's only 11 degrees outside, so that's absolutely fine. And let's begin our push. engine mode, select to ignition and starting engine 1. When do we turn on the TCAS, Jaden? Don't worry, we're going through it all. We're going through everything for you, as we always do here on the Easyjetsimpilot channel. Always using real world procedures, guys, except when we're doing something fun like last night.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the crew, I ask that you please direct your attention to the monitors as we review the emergency procedures. There are 6 emergency exits on the aircraft. Take a minute to locate the one closest to you and note that it may be behind you. Count the number of rows to the exit. Should the cabin experience pressure loss, stay calm and listen for instructions from the cabin crew. Oxygen masks will drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over your mouth and nose like this, and pull the strap to tighten it. If you are traveling with children, make sure you put your own mask on first before helping others. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation...
Beaver 464 will be pushing back after the 2 Easyjets pass by.
Exit. We ask that you make sure that all carry-on
Starting
luggage is
engine
away
2.
safely during the flight. While we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures on the card in the pocket in front of you. Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy the flight.
Oh, this pushback tug driver is epic. Look, he's got us bang on the line. And we can stop and complete our pushback there. Parking brakes on. Wonder how that scenery is going to look on departure, as the servers were not connected at the start of the flight.
Palermo traffic is yet forward taxiing via Mike, Tango, Echo and holding short of runway 07 easy.
Pilot guy, does the chemtrails button work? No, not yet. Sadly no. So we push back, we're currently onto Romeo, we'll follow Romeo down and we'll vacate onto Lima and then via Tango. Easy 34 Alpha Mike at Palermo. Pushback complete, taxiing out via Romeo Lima Tango to runway 07. So engine 1 is now stabilized. APU, engine mode selector rather, can come back to norm. APU bleed can come off. We don't need any anti-ice or anything like that. APU master can come off. And ground spoilers can be armed. Flaps 1 set for takeoff. Pitch trim. Let's check our centre of gravity now. So the centre of gravity is 29.15. In fact, actually one of the conditions of this now is with this is to use the trim wheel. So what did I just say that was? 29.5. So let's set that. Can't really see it from that angle. So about there should do. Just out of interest, what's that actually giving us as a flight control? Down 0.4. Oh, fair enough, that's not too excessive. And rudder trim is 0.0. So we're now clear to disconnect. Tug driver can go about his business. Let's run the after start checklist. Anti-ice is off. ECAM status checked. And pitch trim is down 0.4. Rudder trim 0. Whilst we're sat here, let's just do the flight control checks. Full left, full right, neutral. Full up, full down, neutral. And full rudder, full right, full rudder, full left, neutral. One of the things you may be able to tell is look how fast those surfaces are moving. In the custom fly-by-wire build, that doesn't happen. They move much slower. which is why I prefer flying it. But we need to check this aircraft out today, guys, make sure that they've fixed the ballooning effect caused by the update yesterday to Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. So we're back on the normal, basically the normal developer build with this new little thing thrown in there. Alright, so tug driver, it has now gone. Pushback is clear, so we've done our taxi clearance. Let's get that taxi light turned on. We can now release those parking brakes, and we can begin our taxi. Okay, so we basically follow this now down. This is taxiway Romeo. It will bend over to the left in a few seconds. This is great freeway scenery as well here at Palermo. I'll definitely be flying back here again. Oh, Dino, yeah, I think I've just answered that for you, mate. It is freeway. Beautiful looking scenery. Even when Microsoft servers are offline.
Palermo traffic, Skyways, 5556, push and start, gate 212.
So we're just following this down. This is still taxiway Romeo. We'll be taking a left in a moment onto taxiway Lima, and then it is onto Tango. So there we go. Look, we've even got the signs telling us big arrow over to the left, taxiway Lima. And then it is a right turn onto Tango. Just here. So whilst we're taxiing down here, we can get a few more things ready for our departure. So just taking that this basically will cross runway 20 and then take us all the way through to the end of runway 7, which is what we want. So quick brake check. That's working. Let's get the weather radar on. Predictive wind shear. Auto brake coming on as well. Ding that cabin crew. Check TO config blue. There we are. And we will turn terrain on the radar for this. As I've already said, we do have high terrain to the south of the field. That's basically that big hilly thing over there, look. Oh, that doesn't look good. I can tell that the satellite imagery wasn't turned on. That may populate as we fly. We are now connected to the servers, by the way, so things are just having to reload and populate back in after Microsoft's problems this morning. So quick departure briefing then. Straight out departure on passing 4 miles DME from the Papa Romeo Sierra VOR. It is a left turn to heading 288 and continue to climb. Originally stop climb altitude is 5,000 feet, transition altitude also 5,000 feet, so we'll probably just continue to climb through that, remembering to set altimeter to standard, of course. Flex temp takeoff. No performance changes. Engine out procedure, we will be returning here, but we are overweight, so we'd have to do a couple of checks to make sure everything is working well.
Palermo traffic, American 1652 will push back and start after the departing Skyways and the British Airways have passed.
Do I prefer the custom or the dev? I prefer the custom, but this is the dev just because we're doing we're checking the new configs that they've set up to make sure that the ballooning effect that was wrecked yesterday in Flight Sim following the update has now been resolved. So the before start checklist to the line. Flight controls check. Departure briefing confirmed. Flap setting config 1. FMA and takeoff data 136 blue, 141 magenta, climb blue, 5,000 feet blue, flight directors 1 and 2 are on. fact, you know what? That should be set to, there we go, climb nav blue. Keep that on. Then we just need to change that heading to 228 as we get past 4 miles DME.
And speedbird 464, taxi to runway 07.
Transponder is set, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Electronic flight bag, we've not bothered turning that on actually, have we? Never mind. We could probably turn that on actually. Turn that on. Whilst I'm doing that, let's just check the brake temps. All are good, brake fans are off. Palermo traffic, Easy34 Alpha Mike is lining up runway 07 for takeoff to the west. Let's get this in, shall we? So,
Palermo traffic is
from
Easyjet will line up just after the departing company Airbus A320NEO.
I'm not actually put that in. I'm not going to waste time on that, guys. It's not 100% functional, so it's not going to affect us. Let's get the lights on then. So, strobe lights on. Takeoff lights, runway turn-off lights, landing lights. Transponder on. TCAS, TARA, tilt above, and the pack's coming off for departure. And let's start lining up.
Palermo traffic, Skyway 5556, taxiing Romeo Lima Tango to Echo for runway 07.
Before takeoff, checklist below the line. Cabin secured for takeoff, engine mode select, norm, TCAS, TARA, packs off, anti-ice off. Yeah, I'll fill in the company name maybe when we're flying. It doesn't really need to be done right now. We've got a long flight ahead of us, we want to get in the air. So looking at the chart, this is the start point to the runway, not over there, we don't need to go down and turn around. There is no performance calculator yet in the electronic flight bag, certainly that I'm aware of. Okay, looks good, and we're all ready to go. So, we'll take off, left turn after 4 miles DME, flex temp takeoff, let's go. Take off, start the chrono, and set 50% N1. And now increasing thrust to flex temp. Man, flex, SRS and runway. $80 knots. Start bringing that side stick back to neutral. 100 knots.
Check.
V1 rotate.
Positive rate of climb, gear up.
Palermo traffic is Easyjet lining up and waiting on runway 07.
So just watching that speed trend. Two miles away from the VOR. And leave a climb, set climb thrust. Lower the nose 10 degrees. Should be the other way around. Lower the nose first, and then set climb thrust.
1652 is taxiing to runway 07
So there we go.
via Romeo Lima Tango Echo.
Climb thrust is now set. Let's get those packs back on. See, the flight directors wanted to take us over there to the left, but not just yet. Let's give it another 0.3 miles and we'll begin that turn. There's passing the 4 miles, so let's start that left-hand turn now to heading of 228 degrees. speed is still starting to increase as we pass the acceleration altitude. Let's lower that nose as we start to approach 5,000 feet. This is definitely more difficult to control than the custom fly-by-wire build, so sadly we're not on that just yet. Okay, flaps 0 and ground spoilers now disarmed. Engine spooling back as we approach 250 knots. Okay, so let's increase our climb now to flight level 150 blue, autopilot 1 coming on. And set standard pressure.
Palermo traffic, Sigma 464 lining up 07.
Okay, climb rate's not looking too bad. Coming up to about 4,000 feet per minute. Maybe a little off because this is not the custom fly-by-wire build, remember. This is basically the dev build with a little bit of new coding in to compensate for the update that took place yesterday. 7,000 feet. There's Palermo. You can see the little bits actually. Since the Microsoft servers came back on online, you can see the bits that have downloaded and populated, can't you? And the bits that quite obviously haven't.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now use your electronic devices. Rechargeable battery packs are available for your smartphones and tablets at an additional Super Chats or Super Sticker cost. Please ask your cabin crew for more information.
So about to pass flight level 100 and flight level 10. There we go. Let's get the lights off. Aircraft can start to accelerate over 250 knots now.
Speed of 464.
Release the cabin crew.
Taking off 07.
And there is our departure routing, our standard instrument departure, which takes us to Keron, then Lewis. We can't take the shortcut
Palermo traffic,
because of the terrain there below us. Okay guys, so as always with the departure, I'm normally not paying much attention to the chat, I'm afraid. Lots to do during departure. So I've passed 10,000 feet. Optimum flight level 385, maximum 386, and our cruise today 360, so all of that is good. No air traffic control online, nothing wrong with that, we'll just have to carry on. So I have this left turn coming on in a moment as we approach Lewis. Jake, let you out the seat, you need a wee. I'm afraid you'll just have to hold it. Does anybody have a bottle they could pass to Jake? RD-Mans 2, does this fly-by-wire version work with the Thrustmaster? You were using the custom fly-by-wire.
Traffic, Skyway 756 rolling, runway 07.
Not entirely sure, to be honest with you. but I would imagine hopefully if we can get quite a few tests of this particular airframe done, then it will start to merge back into the custom fly-by-wire build as well. But we've got to get those flaps sorted. If anyone watched the stream last night, you'll have seen the moment I deployed flaps 1,
American 1652 is lining up and
we just ballooned up.
07.
Alsa, what do you start shortly before the takeoff chrono? So it's the chronometer. Basically it's the timer. Just so you know how long you've been flying, and you can compare it then with the operational flight plan. Make sure you're on time, you're en route. We've definitely connected back up to the servers now, haven't we, guys? That looks much better than default. Oh, Chris, that is amazing. So, really glad that we can do this for you, mate, and that you're here with us in the chat. Definitely great to see you participating in that as well. Polyguy 707, we didn't really need any sort of improved climb, and we certainly didn't need toga. It's a huge runway there at Palermo, so nothing wrong with that. And always want flex temp takeoff if we can. It saves engine wear and tear. The airlines prefer it, and it's not as noisy for the residents, and the airports prefer it as well. Okay, so now flight level 150, let's continue our climb all the way up to our cruise altitude today, flight level 360, and once we commence that, we can probably let the passengers out of their seats, so you can go for a wee now, Jake. So that climb will now start. Let's get the passengers out of their seats and they can start to relax a little bit for the flight. Turn those first officer displays off, shall we?
The captain has turned off the seatbelt sign, so you are free to move about the cabin. However, please note that we do recommend you fasten your seatbelts at all times when you are seated in case of turbulence. Thank you.
Chris Hogg, no problem, mate. Mason, Jason Aviation, have I heard about the new Canarian airline? Yes, I have. They've got one aircraft, haven't they? And they're flying all over the place. What a time to be launching a new airline. What a time indeed. I did read that the other day. How long before that livery is available? We've got my Easyjet coffee cup. Right, do you know what? Now, whilst we've got this flying, let me see if I can get the username in. So Easyjetsimpilot, and we'll just copy and paste that in rather than typing it in. Go back to the dashboard and import from SimBrief. There we go, that's all populating now for you. Climbing nicely now, passing flight level 180. Willie has heard some people getting dismal frame rates around London. Yeah, well, we did it last night, didn't we? We saw only a little bit of stuttering, to be fair. And bear in mind, remember, we were flying the FlyByWire A320 over London at an altitude of about 3,000 feet. I think if people want to go and buzz London at 500 feet, you probably are going to get that. Mason, no apologies. So yeah, I have seen about the new Canarian airline. Good luck to them. Justin, very kind of you, sir. So what I'll do is I'll get back to you obviously via email. If you are on the Discord server, I will of course add you to the VIP room, and basically all flight routes are reserved for people like yourself that make kind donations to the channel, because I do get sent quite a lot, but I like to personally thank those that obviously donate to the channel and the streams. So we'll see what we can do. We'll try and get that out for you. Bear in mind that we normally only fly Easyjet flights, except on Mondays when we do the long haul flights, which can really be any airline, any route, but we try and keep it as realistic as possible. That's the main aim of the channel. It has to be realistic in everything we do. So Justin, if you are on the Discord, do make yourself known to me as well, mate, and then I will add you to the VIP room on there. Chung Johnson, I have 155 passengers. I think actually I've got a little bit more than that. Something like 174, I think. Daniel, how do you... Oh, I've just lost that. Where's that gone? Daniel, how do you know if the holding system in McDo works? You test it, but I can tell you it doesn't. Not yet. Still being worked upon. Passing flight level 240. J-Hug, are you not on the VIP server? Oh, I can fix that. I can fix that. I'll let you. That should be an easy fix. Do you know what, guys? We've had no internet troubles here either, have we, today with the stream? And guess what? The Peppa Pig loving bunch have gone for a walk. What does that tell you? Peppa Pig's responsible for all the outages that I have. So we're going to see lots of the blue stuff today until we get to the northern coast of Africa. J-Hog, you're now in the VIP room as a channel supporter. Thank you very much. And Justin, I've just seen your notification pop up on the Discord server as well, so I will sort that out for you as soon as I can, my friend. Thank you very much. DJ, hello, is this the last A320NX master build? Is it now working properly during the landing, because it wasn't yesterday? No, this isn't the dev version. This is essentially the dev version with some new coding in it, which we are testing today for the fly-by-wire guys. We're testing to see how that ballooning effect works on landing and the ground effect. So far so good on the takeoff. The aircraft did not rotate without my input. So basically what the update did to the fly-by-wire A320NX yesterday is it increased the lift of the flaps. So when you went flaps 1, which you obviously have for takeoff, the increase in lift meant that you sometimes took off without actually any inputs on the side stick. When you were on approach and you deployed flaps 1, you got not just a slight ballooning effect, which we've seen in the past, which is also quite inaccurate. The ballooning effect normally takes place when you select flap 2 in the real world, but we selected flaps 1 and we suddenly got a climb rate of about 4,000 feet per minute. The autopilot didn't know what to do. It had a bit of a nightmare every time it happened. So hopefully we're not going to see any of that in this new test version that I'm flying today. All we should see is nice normal commands, and it also should have eliminated the extra ground effect that we got coming into land. I was really struggling to land it yesterday, as you may have seen. Michael Bailey, good morning, or good afternoon even now. So you're new to this, how are we getting the audio from the other pilots? We're on VATSIM, the Virtual Air Traffic Control Simulation Network. No air traffic control online at the moment, no air traffic controls around, so we monitor what's called the Unicom frequency, which is for pilots talking to each other. Scott, good morning in there with the donation. Thank you very much for your continued support, Scott. Great to have you on board this morning. So 12 hours ago I was still here, flying over the UK, finally, after the long update. And we went until 2:30 in the morning here. So I'd love to say there's going to be a stream tonight, guys, but I'm not sure I can go with that. What I may do is I may upload the next video in the tutorial series. So at least you've got something to watch. I might need an early night. I do have some good news though. Hopefully you'll all enjoy this piece of news. The evening flights may be becoming a little bit more regular. That's all I can say for now in case it doesn't come off. However, we may be able to do more flights in the evening. We know that I've been having times where we always stream during the day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they are guaranteed stream times, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday normally. And then if possible, I can get some nighttime streams in Thursday, Friday, occasionally Saturday, Sunday as well. However, there may not be an occasionally about it. We may be getting more streams on an evening, so that's good. Estrix, LOL, can I switch to the weather radar? Right, well the weather radar is actually on. We've just got no weather out here. We've actually still got terrain on the navigation. So if you make sure the terrain is turned off. We don't need that. So your weather radar is down here. Let's just see if we can zoom in for you. So just see the little switch there? So that's off. And if we turn it on, system 1, system 2, it makes no difference. So turn the radar on to system 1. You should then actually turn it to weather plus T, which is basically your weather plus turbulence. Makes no effect in flights in 2020. They all show exactly the same. So that is it. That is now the weather system on. So if I now come back up to the navigation display, let's have a quick look. Let me zoom out. Chris Hogg, thank you very, very much for your donation. I'm really glad that you're here with us. Hopefully you'll be here with us again more often, if possible, of course. But it's great to have you on board. So I'm just zooming out now, and yeah, so we've actually got really good weather today. I don't know if you can just see, there's a little bit of cloud scattered about just here around where my cursor's showing, but that's it. So a really, really bad example of the weather radar because it's not working. Oh no, it is working, but we've just got beautiful clear skies to fly over today. Flight level 350, 1,000 feet more to go, and then we are at cruise altitude. David, the server's back online. I appear to be, yes. Even if you launch into Flight Simulator now and it tells you that you're not connected, etc., just go on and continue with your flight. The scenery may look shocking, but it continues in the background to try and connect, and that's what happened here. We were waiting for the stream to go, and I was prepared to do the stream with daft scenery because there was nothing else I could do, and it just connected. The weather populated, and we double checked that because we set the QNH and that was correct. So yeah, we're online and it's all working. Estrixol, how does the plane know where the clouds are? It's radar, my friend. It just sends out radar radio waves, which then hit the clouds, they're reflected back, and they're received by the aircraft, so it populates them there. Daniel, last night you tried the TCAS system with AI and multiplayer traffics, but it didn't work. Do I know something about this? Did you actually turn the full TCAS system on? So let's just go over here. So this is how you turn the TCAS system on, but then you also need to turn it, I've got it to tilt above, I'm going to turn it to tilt all. So if it is off there, then it won't work. You need to have it set to all. Make sure that works for you. So now we're at cruising altitude. Excellent. Passengers not got much to look at today. Not yet anyway. water everywhere. Let's just take a quick look at our beautiful handmade livery, courtesy of Christian. I don't know if he's with us this morning. He had a late night with us last night as well. He may still be in bed. So there's the Easyjetsimpilot livery in all its glory, looking beautiful. There we go. Not a cloud in the sky. Willie, you're off to lunch and then you've got to work. That's a shame. We may see you in 4 hours, Willie. Or 3.5 now. Looking nice. Okay, so now that we are at our cruise altitude, let's do some checks. So what's going to happen now, guys, I'm just going to do these final cruise altitude checks. I'll take any more questions you've got on the chat as well, because I'm then going to come off the microphone. I'm going to head back into the galley, get myself another strong drink of something to keep me awake. And then I will return and I shall be with you in the chat room. So I'll be off the microphone, but I will be with you in the chat room, still here, monitoring the flight. But then I will be back on the microphone for our approach and descent into Las Palmas. So Louis Aviation, try that again. Louis Aviation, we are going from Palermo in Italy to Gran Canaria, Las Palmas. Yeah, let's spice things up with a thunderstorm and screaming passengers. Oh yeah, these passengers may be screaming when we land if this fix from FlyByWire doesn't work. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Alright, so let's do these checks. Let's go through the ECAM pages, check everything is looking correct there. Minus 60, definitely don't need the de-ice on, but we've got no visible moisture, so we wouldn't need that anyway. Bleed air's looking fine. Cabin pressure. Landing elevation auto. Electrical systems, always a laugh because it doesn't work. External power is still connected by that infinity long cable stretching back a couple 100 miles. But at least all the generators are on. Shame batteries 1 and 2 are showing off, but never mind. Hydraulics doesn't work just yet. Fuel is looking fine. APU is off. 23 degrees in the cabin. Doors, of course, all fine. Brake temperatures 5 degrees. They'll cool down as we fly. Yeah, so all that looks good. So let's just check our progress with the operational flight plan, shall we? So where are we? We've been travelling for about 24 minutes and we are direct TUC. So we should be at TUC on the flight plan by 31 minutes. So in about 6 minutes time. We're actually going to be there in about 5 minutes. That's perfect. So we're on time, we're en route. Minimum fuel remaining at that waypoint should be about 8.1 ton, 8.2 tons, and we've got 9.4, so that's all working as well. Alright, so now if I just pop the VFR map on, let me just show you the route. So there's where we departed. We're going to be skirting across the top of Africa, all the way down across the African coast, and then we cut in a little bit here, then out over the Atlantic to Gran Canaria. So it should be a great flight with some scenery as well to enjoy. Leave us on in the background throughout the day. Why not? Just leave us running. Lewis, would you like to see the flight plan? Yes, of course. Here is the operational flight plan for anybody that has not seen it yet in the chat. There we go. So that's looking great. I will also now come and check the weather. So if we come down here, the last thing I do before I go and get a drink, AOC menu, let's do a weather request then. So we can't change these two airports just yet, but a fix is coming for that. FlyByWire working on that. So we've left Palermo, as I say. So we want to check the weather at Tunisia. So Delta Tango Tango Alpha. Delta, oops, try that again, shall we? Delta, Tango, Tango, Alpha. So these are basically just en route weathers. So because if anything goes wrong, well, we want to know where we could land quickly and safely. We can also get a weather for Algiers, which is Delta Alpha Alpha Golf. Let's pop that in there. So Delta Alpha Alpha Golf. But from what I'm seeing outside the window, everything is looking pretty nice and nice open. Reese on Unicom in the UK, there's a random guy singing and he doesn't know his push to talk keys pressed. That's a good point. We should be on VHF 2, should set the guard frequency, which is I think 125.0. There we go. Back to VHF 1, onto Unicom. Let's check our messages received. Okay, so this is the important stuff. So, look at that, no significant cloud cover at the moment in Tenerife, but we're too far away from that to start worrying about that just yet. Alright, look at this. Signal and visibility is fine in Tunisia, nothing wrong with that, nice and open, hardly any wind, and I would imagine something very similar in Algiers. So weather is looking beautiful. The fact that it says Cav OK and Cav OK on both of those tells me as well that the weather that you're seeing outside the window is beautifully accurate. So here we go. There's the northern tip of France. Connor Ellis Music, did I say I was gone back to an older version? No. I've gone back to the developer version. This is a test developer version, not yet available, and we are testing to see how the flaps are now working and the ground effects. See if they've been fixed after the update last night spoiled them, unfortunately. So I'm just scrolling up the chat now, see if I've missed any questions that you guys may have before I disappear and go and get a drink. Beautiful. So if you're sat on the left hand side of the plane, you're probably going to have more to look at. If you're sat on the right hand side of the plane, oh actually there is scenery on the right hand side. I thought we were skirting we're not quite as close to the coastline as I first thought. Does Cav OK mean good weather? Right, so Lewis, Cav OK means ceiling and visibility, CAV, Cav, ceiling and visibility, okay. So basically, yeah, nothing to worry about in terms of clouds, mist or fog, anything like that. Is there any weather, any codes that say it's bad? That they all stand for something, Connor, that's the, Lewis, that's the main thing, they all stand for something. Definitely connected back up to the Microsoft servers now, aren't we? Look how great that looks. Great stuff. Well, Stuart84, what do I make of the new UK update? I really liked it from what I saw last night. Lots of little gems have been added that aren't on the list. For example, we flew over and found Jodrell Bank last night. Wasn't expected to see that, but it was there. So there we are. Alright guys, so do me a favour, hit the like button on the stream if you can, that would be wonderful if you could for me. If you're new to the channel, please consider hitting the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell to be notified of when new streams are starting and new tutorial videos and showcase videos are uploaded. And for those of you that have donated to the channel, once again I send you my biggest personal thanks for helping keeping this going. Get yourself on the Discord server as well. Nightbot is there doing my bidding, sending over the Discord details. And we have now got a remaining 3.5 hours flight to Gran Canaria. I am going to go and grab a drink. I am going to come off the microphone for the cruise, but I will be back with you in the chat room, so I'm not disappearing entirely. I shall be here with you for the flight. But after last night's very, very late stream, I definitely need a strong drink. And not an alcoholic one, because I'd be asleep by the time we reach Tenerife if that was the case. Okay guys, thanks for being with me for the takeoff. Enjoy the cruise, and I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Bye bye for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our lunch menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. If you would like to upgrade your meal to the premium package, please pay the cabin crew using stickers or super chats to help support the channel. Thank you. and gentlemen, we are about to serve our drinks selection, including tea, coffee and cold beverages. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. As this is a paid-for service, please consider tipping your cabin crew with stickers and super chats. Thank you. and gentlemen, we are about to serve a selection of alcoholic drinks including wine and locally sourced ales. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. This is a paid-for service, so please consider tipping the cabin crew and the channel using stickers or super chats. Thank you.
Lincoln 710 quad approach to top, TV 545677. Lincoln 710 standby, identified. 710 Runway 101, request to respond to join expected Second 710, further action when all between 3,000 feet to right to 01, position as 5 direct normal, position to 3,000 feet to 101, position level 1, Second 710, approximately 5.
Approach, good afternoon. Airport 44675, radio check.
FCL 4675, Palermo,
Hello, repeat 5, Airport 44675. Airport 44675, A320, requesting IFR to Madeira.
FCL 4675, runway 10, count, tonight, 1, Madeira, North expect departure, flight level 60, upon 5312.
Clear to Madeira, 45216, initial time will be flight level 60, takeoff will be runway 10, 2H, 1021, and could you repeat the departure airport 44675?
FCL 4675, departure, North Echo.
Bravo 6 Echo, airport 44675.
FCL 4675, respect to select Dominant ready.
Short code, airport 44675.
Second 712 to the back, altitude, final, level 1 to the chance of the altitude, final, check on the section,
Airport 44675, first question flight.
Alpha 75, starting to
Pushing Spark 36 West, airport 247.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our lunch menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. If you would like to upgrade your meal to the premium package, please pay the cabin crew using stickers or super chats to help support the channel. Thank you.
Take a 7 to taxi, the 2 remains not 10 to go, after the go, try line up. Alpha 675, taxi via Palermo, holding point and
216 Airport 4615. Line flight of 240, return right directly north, sir. Airport 4615. continuing Uniform 122.8, airport 24695, thank you, bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve a selection of alcoholic drinks including wine and locally sourced ales. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. This is a paid-for service, so please consider tipping the cabin crew and the channel using stickers or super chats. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've enjoyed your flight so far. I don't think I've ever experienced a flight with so little turbulence and such beautiful blue skies. But it's now time to start talking about our approach. So let's just come down here, and I think we should have some weather waiting for us. Here we go. Let's print that out. And then we'll discuss what's happening for our approach. Top of descent is probably about 20 miles away actually, so not too far. Start telling the cabin to crack on doing what they're doing and get ready for the start of their tidying up.
Ladies and gentlemen, just from the flight deck again, just to let you know, we'll shortly start descending towards our destination. The cabin crew will soon be preparing the aircraft cabin for our arrival, so if you can help them make sure the aisles are kept clear of any baggage, etc., so they can make their way around the aircraft, that would be most appreciated. Thank you, and we'll speak to you again soon.
QNH 1019, temperature 20. Ooh, a balmy 20 degrees. In fact, it's not that cold here in the UK, to be fair. Wind is 110 at 6. 110 at 6. The transition altitude is 6,000 feet. And our minimum descent altitude is 370. And a final approach speed of 128. There we go. Lewis, do I keep the same speed until 10,000 feet? No, I roll the speed back on descent. Otherwise, you end up being high and fast. Okay, so let me just bring up the VFR map and talk us through this arrival. So this is what the plan will be. So let's go to Ventura. We come down here, we'll follow all of the star as is there. Our target point altitude wise here is L'Alto. We want to be at 5,000 feet at L'Alto. From there we then start to descend to our platform altitude, which is 3,000 feet, and we've got this 10-mile DME arc all the way around from the Lima Proper Charlie VOR, and then we intercept the ILS just here at Charlie Fox 03. Oh, that's just disappeared. In fact, that's just populated more waypoints, isn't it? There we go. So at Charlie Fox 03 left, and that's basically then the ILS approach all the way into Las Palmas. So that's pretty much how the approach will go. Weather is looking very good, and we've got a minimum safe altitude. The way we approach the minimum safe altitude is 4,700 feet. Need to be aware that to the west of the airport, the minimum safe altitude increases vastly with the terrain, 8,500 feet. If we do have a missed approach or a go around, then the procedure for that is climb to 2,500 feet with a right hand turn. Let me just check that the RadNav has populated. The frequency is not in there, so let's just pop that in at 109.1, 109.10. Sorry, that's incorrect. 109.90. So that's in there now, and there you can see the Lima Papa Charlie VOR is already on, and we're 141 miles away from that, as you can see just there. And that's where our 10-mile DME arc is to be flown. In fact, the 10-mile DME arc is actually to be flown at 3,800 feet. And then we descend down to our platform altitude, when we become inbound to the Lima Papa Charlie VOR. HD, you're right, I could have left that. wasn't populating last night, but then, oh actually no, scrap that. I was flying a little bit erratically last night, so I didn't expect the aircraft to work itself. So I hope you've all had a very enjoyable flight. It's been nicely uneventful. That's what we like. Uneventful is good. So what are we looking for then when we land? What we're looking for is when we deploy flaps 1. When we deploy flaps 1, we do not want any of this ballooning effect, so the lift caused by the extension of the flaps, which wouldn't happen in the real world anyway. Normally I believe that takes place when flaps 2 are selected, but it happened in the Flight Simulator flaps 1. It has done for since the simulator was released, but it happens so much more since the update was done last night. So this is a test from FlyByWire to see if that is all working correctly, and they've changed it. If it has, get a few more tests done, not just by me but other QA testers that work for FlyByWire of course, and they can hopefully get that out for you guys to all download in the dev build. That is what is needed. So you can all enjoy the beautiful work of this aircraft and fly-by-wire. And then what I really need is it to populate over after it's put into the dev build. Usually takes a day or two before moving over into the custom fly-by-wire experimental version. Which is what I prefer to fly. Much nicer to control. So we're now about 100 miles away from L'Alto, so we can look to start that descent. Just check we're on the correct frequency, see if there's any air traffic control online. There still is not, so we are on our own. Oh well, never mind. Gran Canaria, Las Palmas traffic easy 34 Alpha Mike is starting our approach on the Rustic 1 Kilo standard arrival, descending now to be 5,000 feet by L'Alto. Down we go. And we'll get de-ice on as well in a moment. So 5,000 feet, we'll just leave that in open descent for a moment, get the de-ice on. There's a cloud bank just there. It does say in the METAR that it was going to be a little bit hazy. We shall see what that's like. So we don't need to descend at about 3,000 feet per minute. That's too much for this. So let's just alter that a little bit. That should do, and let's roll our speed back as well. HD, now you've got Discord. You're gonna have to. We're gonna have to get you into their Discord server. You don't need a PC for that. So now we've started the descent, guys. If you haven't already, please do me a favour and hit the like button for the stream. That would be great if you could. Thank you very, very much. So we're inbound Fuerteventura now. HD, I'll try and get that sorted for you, my friend. I'll chat with you about that. We may actually now be below that cloud bank, or we'll probably get the de-icers off.
Gran Canaria traffic easy, so far descending to site 050.
We'll just leave that on for a minute or so. So that's Fuerteventura beneath us. So how many of you wish you were heading here for real, getting out of lockdown? I know I do. That's Fuerteventura Airport beneath us, as you can see. I use a Logitech side stick. So we can see some scenery still popping in there, can't we? As that's loading. It was very interesting this morning when we first connected up and we had no Bing data.
Air traffic, that's Big 464, descending to altitude 5000.
Ghost Rider, you sound as though you've got a very similar setup to myself, so check out my my graphics video on the channel. Search that out. Carson, you're getting the update right now. The update's alright if you live in the UK. But it will break your A320 a little bit when it comes to deploying flaps. Puggy, does anyone have any tips for landing the A320? Search out the tutorials, my friend, on the channel. They should hopefully help. Landing the A320 at the moment is a little bit buggy since the update yesterday, but we're hoping this new A320 version has fixed some of those problems. We will find out shortly, won't we? David, you've done lots of plane spotting there while on your bike. Excellent. Captain Rashid, why do the flight display screens look blurry? I don't know what you mean. They're looking pretty sharp to me, unless it's you're streaming. Tip number 1, yeah, autopilot. fair point. Tip number 2, ILS, that is a good tip. Doesn't work, however, if it's an RNAV approach. Okay, so I think we can do away with the icing. They're not going to be needed for this. Okay, QNH 1019, let's set both of those. As we're going down to flight level. We're not going down to flight level at all. We're going down to altitude 5,000 feet, 1019. And we've got 5,000 blue. Set the standby as well. Passing flight level 260. J-Hog, how many times have you forgot to put the landing wheels down, my friend? Do I keep it on autopilot till 1,000 feet? Usually about then, yes. Unless the autopilot's doing something crazy that I don't like, in which case I take it off sooner. Seatbelt signs, yeah, we'll put those on in a minute, Lewis. Not too much of a rush to do that. They want to be on before 10,000 feet. frame rate seemed to be holding out as well, and that is with the tablet working, so maybe that wasn't the source of the energy problem, the memory problems that we had. So we're going to have a slight crosswind as well for this landing. This is not the custom fly-by-wire build either, so that could be interesting with the rudder when we touch down. Luca, can I link a good checklist for the A320? Well, I'm hoping we get a very, very good one on the Discord server very, very soon. The no smoking sign is off. To be fair, user, the no smoking sign will always be on, but we can put on the no portable devices sign as it is now. Might as well put the seatbelt signs up as well while we're there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the seatbelt sign. Please fasten your seatbelts as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got the weather and the landing information. Flight management guidance computer is all set. Our landing elevation, touchdown zone is 53, slightly uphill this runway. Auto brake not required. Arrival briefing we've talked through, and we will have the terrain on the radar. There's no problems with the weather, and there's a big hillside to the left or the west as we approach, so we kind of want to avoid that. QNH is set on the standby. Ecam status checked. Engine mode select. Norm. Let's run the approach checklist. Minimums set. Minimum is 370, and the EFB is there. James Light, this version is not yet available. That's why we're currently testing it, just to make sure that it all works as it should. Tenerife is indeed on the horizon, David. Just keeping an eye on this profile. So when we do get to L'Alto, we want to be at a speed of 230 knots as well, so that's something else we need to bear in mind. It's the alternate JFK. God no. Although, I bet this aircraft on 3.5 tons of fuel may actually do it. Safety, yesterday the LS didn't work. No, the LS was working fine for me yesterday. It's the flaps. I'll talk us through it when we get there. HD, Will was on earlier. I meant to ask you about that. Where does the fly pad get its power from? Seems like such a simple question, but whereabouts in the aircraft is it connected to? At the moment, we're clearly running on battery power with no wires connected in or out of that. So, at which point are we all expecting air traffic control to come online and screw up the approach? That seems to be happening more and more often these days. Oh, HD, they're hardwired in, so you can't remove them. Oh, fair enough. Just passing 18,000 feet. Chris Hogg, how do I turn the air traffic control off in the sim? I literally just switch frequencies. Easiest way. Just flick down here, switch to a frequency that they are not talking on. Oh, so you can remove the cable. So the pad is actually in the aircraft and fixed, but you can still remove the cable just in case it starts to catch fire. Oh well, that's a good idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, we're beginning our descent into our destination. We're not expecting any air traffic control delays, so we should have you on the ground shortly. If you could now please assist the cabin crew by tightening your tray tables and having them any litter as they come around, it would be much appreciated, and make sure you fasten your seatbelts. For safety reasons, please turn off any electronic devices you have or switch air or light mode on your mobile phones. Please note the aircraft toilets will also shortly go out of use. Thank you, and we'll see you on the ground shortly.
Oh, HD, sorry, I misunderstood. So you can remove the entire device, but the cable's fixed. That's fair enough. I think Will was wanting to know where the cable came from, where it drew its power. I presumed it was just the batteries. Oh, digital, can you actually turn it off under the user experience? I didn't know that. I really should start doing that. Am I flying on air traffic control? I am, but there's no air traffic control online around, unfortunately. Christian, good afternoon. Great to see you. Let's give you a quick look at your handiwork. I never get tired of looking at that. HD's looking very happy today, isn't he, at the front of the flight deck? No ice on him today. Dabney, which is the best possible CPU processor to run the A320NX? Good question. I would imagine a lot of things. I'm not very technically minded when it comes to that, but I would imagine that when they update the DirectX version, that might help. J-Hog, can you turn up the brightness on the map? I don't think you can. However, I know that we discussed actually scrolling through the flight plan was a bit of a pain, wasn't it? They are going to add a slider down to the right hand side, I think, so you can scroll up and down using that rather than trying to touch screen it. Oh, Christian, are you getting one for DFD? Oh, fantastic. Now that we really do need to get into our VATSIM model matching, don't we? Just increase that rate of descent a little bit more. And now let's get those landing lights on, shall we? 10,000 feet. So I'm afraid, guys, that after the extensive and exhausting stream from last night and how late it was, there will be no live stream tonight. No live stream tonight. The next one will probably be tomorrow evening, not daytime, tomorrow evening. So I look forward to joining you for that. So this right-hand turn in a moment. So Renzo, you try to put your route into McDo, but sometimes air traffic control would say the waypoints don't have the flight plan. That does sound like an AirX cycle problem, I'm afraid. Do you use SimBrief at all? I would recommend SimBrief, definitely. Okay, so we're going to enter the approach phase now, start slowing that aircraft right down for this DME arc. So, flight plan is sequenced, approach phase is activated. Let's go back into managed mode for our speed. And we can continue our descent now to altitude of 3,800. Why are we going back towards Lauto? There's the autopilot doing its thing. Alright, so quick. Let's go back towards the radial of 109. So direct. I've got to scroll the way through this. Quick. Do you know what? Let's go direct to the radial 129. Just makes it a little bit nicer. So there we go. In fact, is it not letting me do this? Why can't I go direct? Or will it take a second? Let's have another go. Radial 129, please, autopilot. Select radial, there it is, the yellow line is drawn. Hit direct. Nope, doesn't like that. Would that work, HD? So can we type in 149 instead now? Let's have a quick look. Let's go direct. Radial 149. I have no idea where that wants to take me if I type that in. I'm not so sure I trust that. Okay, do you know what? We will we'll hand fly it. We'll hand fly it if we have to. Okay, so with that, let's just try a different radial. Let's just try a different direct point if we need to. Let's try. I just want to try and get the aircraft back on course. Obviously, we can fly ourselves if we need to. Let's go radial 169. So there's the yellow line being drawn. Let's go temporary insert. 109 has now just been picked up. So let's go back into managed mode. Well, there it is. It's now going back to radial 109. Oh, happy days. Let us see if now if it will continue to follow this arc. So we've got a 10 mile DME arc at flight level 380. Then at 13 miles, at 8 miles from Lima Papa Charlie, we want to make the descent to 3,000 feet. And there's our platform altitude for the arrival. Where's this aircraft taking me now? Oh, that's okay. That seems to be holding it quite nicely. And we've got the VOR DME in there, look, down at the bottom. So it's 10 miles. This is the 10 mile DME arc. Okay, so just in case we have a problem with these flaps, I'm going to now start to configure nice and early. So let's go now to flaps 1 and see what happens. That's looking good. That's looking better than good. That's looking great. Beautiful. Oh, well done, fly-by-wire. That's the moment I've been waiting for the past 4 hours on this flight. So, there wasn't any effect at all, really, there, was there? Just as it should be. Let's see what happens when we go flaps 2. Yes, I know, HD. I knew that was going to bug you. Never mind. But that flap setting at least has fixed any sort of ground effect. That's the main thing. Not ground effect, but the ballooning effect. So Scott, slightly different from last. It's very different, isn't it, from last night? Goodness me, I was fighting with the aircraft all the way down. So just continue to track this. Let's get the ILS data in. There we are, we're 14 miles out. Remember, we don't actually descend to 3,000 feet until we are 8 miles away, and that is 8 miles away from the VOR, the LPC VOR at the bottom of the nav display, and not the runway threshold display. So it's 8 miles from here on the way back in. So again, it's flying this quite nicely.
Cabin crew, please prepare the cabin for landing. We should be arriving shortly.
Easyjet pilot, what country am I from? I'm from the UK. That's the aircraft going direct to the runway threshold. Don't do that. Don't do that. It was working so beautifully as well. Oh well, we are used to that happening, unfortunately. A little bit of a wing wave for onlookers. So we shall just fly this manually now, shall we? Or I say manually, but let's now descend down to 3,000 feet. Make that right hand turn. And we'll start to pick up the localizer. 13 miles out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please make sure you are seated with your belts fastened and your trays in the upright position. Any items should be safely stored, and remember to turn off all electronic devices until after landing. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll make that right hand turn and looking to intercept the localizer in a moment. Don't want to turn the localizer on too soon because there's a sim issue with that. There it comes. Let's turn that localizer in now. Is that a wind farm? What are all those lines? Are they windmills? Oh, fair enough. I thought I'd got a graphics glitch just then. So if you're watching, guys, do me a favour, hit that like button for the stream. Glide slope is now active. Let's turn on the approach. Lock is green, glide slope blue. There are quite a few. Is that as... I've never been here in real life. Someone tell me, is that normal? Is there really that many? Okay, glide slope captured. Missed approach altitude is 2,500 feet. Set. Flaps 2. Let's watch how this aircraft balloons now, if it does. Radio altimeter is alive. Landing gear down. Runway turn off lights, taxi lights on. Auto brake not required. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps 3. And we can go flaps full in a minute. I've just realised, I've just noticed, look what's missing. The V-speed plate is missing. Let's ding that cabin, then we'll run the checklist. Cabin is secured for landing. Well, it will be in a minute. There we go, cabin ready. Auto thrust, speed, go around altitude is set. Ecam memo, landing, no blue.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. Thank you.
HD, yeah, the registration's disappeared as well. So we'll just enjoy this view for a couple of seconds before we head back into land. We look mightily close to those wind turbines, don't we, there? 1,000 feet. Let us see how the ground effect works as we land then. So let's get the autopilot off. Autopilot off, eye of control. That wind turbine looks very close on approach. Surely they're not there in real life. Remember as well, guys, this is the dev version, it's not the custom fly-by-wire, which means it is a little more difficult to control. Approach stable.
Minimum
Continue.
2.
Pappies and the ILS are disagreeing. Though technically they're not pappies, but you know what I mean.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
And reversers are on. $80 knots. Let's take the reversers off. And take the taxiway here to the
Ladies
left.
and gentlemen, welcome to Gran Canaria Island. The local time is 16:05. Unfortunately, the temperature is currently a very cold 0 degrees Celsius
0
or
degrees.
32 Fahrenheit, so if you have a jacket or coat, you might want to put it on before exiting the aircraft. Please remain seated until the aircraft arrives at the gate. You are reminded to keep all electronic devices switched off until you have entered the airport terminal. Thank you for flying with Easyjet.
Okay, so let's just configure that up here. Parking brake on, TCAS off, weather radars off, starting the APU, get the landing lights off. Turn off lights off. Why have I turned the taxi lights off? They stay on. And strobe lights off. Let's just check where we're going now. So basically we taxi back over here to this lovely looking airport. Where are those ground charts? Right, okay, pick one. There's plenty to pick from.
Speed up 464 is established on 03 left.
Gran Canaria traffic ET34 Alpha Mike, runway 03 left, vacated.
Yeah, roger that. Skyway 5556, established ILS, runway 03 left, number 2.
Easyjet 4 established runway 03 left.
That sounds like a lot of people are established on 03 left. Particularly as the ILS established on the chart doesn't go that far. Okay, let's we'll just pick one, shall we? Oh, lovely looking airport. This is another free custom build airport, guys, that any of you can get. It is free, available on flightsim.to. Flightsim.to. HD, it's been many years since I was stalked. Although technically my children stalk me, but that's not quite the same thing. Chris, great to see you, my friend, and as I say, lovely to have you on the Discord chat as well now. So, hopefully be there to help you as and when you need. Before you leave, guys, do me a favour, hit that like button, and that would be great if you can. So, right hand turn here. On to Foxtrot. And then, like HD says, let's just park it anywhere, shall we? But this is great. We're going to go straight in front of that control tower. Great looking airport.
And speed at 464, 5 miles.
And I can just see them there on finals. So there is no nighttime stream today, guys, I'm afraid. I need my bed rest after last night. No nighttime stream today. So the next stream will be tomorrow. So do we have gate numbers on this? T11, yes we do. Matches up with the charts nicely. Great stuff. And a really big, thick taxiway centre line to come with it. No marshaller to greet me though, that's sad. HD, I think I finally got in bed at about 2:45 this morning. Oh, we do have a marshaller. How rare. Let's see how good he is, shall we? And stop. Parking brakes on. APU is running. Let's get the engine shut down. Let's wait for the logbook to come in. Okay, so continue. Alright, so let's get our jetway using our trusty pushback helper app. Again, available from flightsim.to. Engines are back now, we can get the seatbelt signs off, and we can also turn off that rotating beacon light.
Canaries, traffic, Skyway 5556, 3 miles, Southwest ILS, runway 03 left.
Touchdown rate was minus 134 feet per minute. Jetway, please. Here it comes. And we can get that door open as well in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight Deck once again, we hope you enjoyed your flight today with the Easyjetsimpilot. Thank you for joining us on board. We hope you enjoyed the flight. Please hit the subscribe button for notifications of live streams and more content to come. Once again, thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon for the next flight. Bye-bye.
03 vacated.
Okay, so our passengers can now start to disembark. Let me just go do a couple more things in the flight deck. Set standby 2000 on the transponder. There we go. And we'll leave this running for
Gran Canaria
the
traffic is 854 requesting
next
will
flight.
be going down on runway 03 left, established ILS 1 mile.
I'm going to take the drone out as well, and we'll just have a little look around this beautiful free airport. So here it is. This is Gran Canaria, free, Las Palmas. I'm guessing that the aircraft that I'm seeing here are not on VATSIM, but they may be part of the scenery. So I don't know if these are just permanently stored or what. Normally the scenery doesn't show static aircraft because it interferes with people flying on VATSIM.
Skyway 555-6, clear the active.
That was a late landing clearance. There he is. But another great freeware airport. The modders and the developers are doing us all really proud, aren't they, in FlightSim 2020? So what a great airport to come and have a look at. And if you didn't see the stream last night, after the UK update, guys, go into Liverpool. You can actually go into the terminal at Liverpool and have a look around.
Good there is traffic, Ryanair 7 Whiskey Hotel lining up 03 left.
Is there a Ryanair lining up? Oh, yes, so there is. Would have been quite nice, of course, to have air traffic control here, but beggars can't be choosers. Okay, guys, so we need to call it a day after that. Thank you very much for joining me on today's flight.
Gran Canaria traffic Easyjet vacated from runway 03 left.
Thank you very much to everyone that has subscribed to the channel. Big thank you as well to those that have liked the stream, and a huge thank you to all those that have donated to the channel via the super chats, super stickers, or the PayPal link. I hope to see you on the Discord server as well. Next flight, as I say, shall be tomorrow. No evening flight today. No evening flight today. Mako Simulations, how you doing, mate? Hope you are well. Can't wait to see what airports you've got coming up for us next, guys. And great to see as well, Mako, that flying around after the UK update yesterday, we had no issues whatsoever in terms of anything that may have conflicted. We didn't look around the airports, to be fair, but we did land at Birmingham, and we flew over Manchester, so all seemed to be working well there. And I believe the developer for the freeway Gatwick scenery was also in there last night as well, looking at that random shed on the taxiway, which he said he was going to get rid of. There goes the Ryanair, goodbye to him. Beautiful. Okay, guys, I look forward to seeing you all on the next flight. That will be tomorrow. Mako, you know GL files in the airports to cause a crash. Excellent, that's what we like to hear. For technophobes like myself, when it comes to computers, we don't like crashes because we don't know how to fix them. So glad you've done that for us. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching. Hope you have a great evening. Bye-bye.